sing no Kevalastakam if you want to pull the lyrics for them. We will have Kevalastakam, and after that around 3:10 we will start the. There are too many mics close to each other. So 3:10 Prabhu will start the second session of the.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Madhuram madhure vyupi Mangale vyupi mangalam Madhuram madhure vyupi Mangale vyupi Mangale vyopi mangalam Madhura madhure vyopi Mangale vyopi mangalam Pavanam pavane Satyam puna satyam 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 Purana Satyam Hare Rama Eva Kevalam Satyam Satyam Purana Satyam Hare Rama Eva Kevalam Satyam Satyam Purana Satyam Hare Rama Eva Kevalam Guru Sapita Chapi Samata Bandhavo Pisa Saguru Sapita Chapi Samata Bandhavo Pisa Saguru Sapita Chapi Samata Bandhavo Pisa Saguru Sapita Chapi Samata Bandhavo Pisa Shikshaye Chetana Smarto Hare Nameva Shikshaye Sada Smarto Hare Nameva Kevalam Hare Nameva Kevalam Hare Nameva Kevalam Hare Nameva Kevalam Nivase nahi vishvaso Kadarodho bhavishyati Vishvase nahi vishvasa Kadarodho bhavishyati Vishvase nahi vishvaso Kadarodho bhavishyati Chaitanya Bala Hare Nameva Kevalam Chaitanya Bala Hare Nameva Kevalam 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 Hari Sada Vase Tatra Yatra Bhagavad Hari Sada Vase Tatra Yatra Bhagavata Janaha Hari Sada Vase Tatra Yatra Bhagavata Janaha Gayanti Bhakta Bhavena दुःखतरं यातः
अहो दुःख महादुःख दुःख दुःखतरं यतः अहो दुःख महादुःखं दुःख दुःखतरं यतः
काचर्तां विस्मृतां रहता हरिनामेव केवलम्
काशतां विस्मृतां राता हरे रामेव
संकीर्तन की
जय
श्रील प्रभुपाद की
जय
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनाशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे श्रीगुरुदीनकारिणं परमानन्दमाधवं चैतन्यमीश्वरम्। नमो ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य नित्यानंद गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। योऽन्तः प्रविश्य मम वाचमिमां प्रसुप्तान् सञ्जीवयत किल शक्तिधरा स्वधाम्ना अन्यांश हस्तचरणश्रवणात् त्वगादीन् प्राणान् नमो भगवते पुरुषाय तुभ्यम्। कथाञ्चन स्मृते यस्मिन् दुष्करं सुकरं भवेत् विस्मृते विपरीतं स्यात् श्रीचैतन्य नमामि तम्। हरे कृष्णा। Welcome back to the post-lunch session, and I hope you can pull through the whole day because today is dedicated for holy name. So we have come here so that we can chant better, we can go back to our respective places of seva and connect with the holy name better. Because sometimes when we are in the same place and when we hear it doesn't make so much sense as when we get out of our place and then hear the same thing. That's why people go to picnic. When they go to picnic, they take homemade food only and they eat outside and they enjoy, because going out of your workplace opens up your mind. So we are going to discuss the same thing which you have heard so many times before, but here it will make more sense because you are out of your regular place. So what we are doing today, if you observe, we did Kirtan now, beautiful Kirtan. Mohit Prabhu, na? Yes. Mohit, you are doing Kirtan, right? Thank you, Prabhu. And it was nice. And so we are absorbed in the holy name, and then we are going to discuss on holy name. So this is what we do in Mumbai also.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
So half an hour.
That's very switch.
Hare Krishna. Sorry, I won't touch you. So what we are doing is, we do Kirtan for some time, then Krishna Katha, or discussing holy name. Kirtan Katha, Kirtan Katha. This is the best combination for developing love for Krishna. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says that Krishna Katha is the Swarup Shakti of Krishna Kirtan. Just like we say, we don't worship Krishna alone. How do we worship Krishna? Always with Srimati Radharani. Srimati Radharani is always there with Krishna. We don't worship Krishna alone. We worship Krishna with Srimati Radharani. Similarly, we don't do only Kirtan. We worship the holy name with Harikatha. Both have to go on simultaneously. So therefore, we are introducing this concept here. We will do Kirtan for half an hour, then Katha, Kirtan, Katha. So like this, we will spend some time with the holy name so that our hearts get nourished and we develop attraction for Krishna's holy names. So there are some very beautiful sections from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Bhagavatam. And I know we have taken lunch, I know you may be tired, but these are very powerful sections which will reveal to us how we can have faith in holy name. So this is from the Chaitanya Charitamrita Antya Leela, and I am going to chant some verses, and you are not going to listen. What you are going to do is you are also going to chant with me. That way I will ensure that you are awake. But these are very beautiful verses. See, when we connect with the verses from the scriptures, we are actually connecting with the Lord. Because these are not different from Krishna. So most verses we chant, you will have to repeat after me. Is that okay? That way, you will feel nourished also by chanting these verses. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would be in Gambhira, in Jagannath Puri. And he would be crying whole night, remembering Krishna. You would sometimes cry so intensely, where is Krishna, where is Krishna? In so much love for Krishna, that he would bang his head on the wall. And then sometimes rub his face on the wall and his face would start bleeding. He would be crying in separation, and two people would pacify him. Who are the two people who would pacify him? Arjun Sakha Prabhu knows. I know. Anybody else knows? Yes, Mataji. Sarup Damodar Goswami and Ramananda Rai. They used to pacify the Lord. And they used to say, Krishna. They would chant praise from Gita Govinda, Veda Goswami's Gita Govinda. They would chant Bhagavatam verses, and Lord Chaitanya would be pacified. Lord Chaitanya would hear Bhagavatam whole day, whole night. Who was another personality in Jagannath Puri who would recite Bhagavatam to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Gadadhar Pandit. He would recite the same story, Prahlad Maharaj pastime, 100 times. After he narrated the pastime, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would say, speak again. Can you imagine the same story? If we have to give class to an audience, will we repeat the same pastime every week in the program? Even if we have to repeat, we will give new purports. But Gadadhar Pandit is narrating same Dhruv Maharaj pastime, same Prahlad Maharaj pastime hundreds of times, and Mahaprabhu is saying, give more. Give me more Krishna Katha, because Mahaprabhu is feeling separation from Krishna. And he's crying, where is Krishna? Where is Krishna? And Gadadhar Pandit is speaking Krishna Katha, Mahaprabhu is feeling pacified. His Holiness Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj would give a very nice example for this. He would say that, very crude example for that we can understand. So he says, there was a man who was madly in love with a woman, and the woman betrayed him and he was crying. His heart was broken. So then his friend told him, come, I will help you remove your pain. So his friend took him to a bar and fed him liquor. And this man was drinking and crying in separation from his beloved who has broken his heart. Then Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj says, so his friend poured more liquor. So this man kept drinking, crying, drinking, and forgetting his misery. And then after drinking a lot, then this fellow embraced that person who was feeding him the liquor and said, you are my real friend. You are helping me forget my pain. So Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj says, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was like that heartbroken lover. And Gadadhar Pandit was like that man who was giving liquor. So Gadadhar Pandit was feeding him Krishna Katha, which Mahaprabhu was drinking through his ears. And he was feeling intense separation from Krishna, and that pain was mitigated by hearing about Krishna. And then Mahaprabhu would repeatedly embrace Gadadhar Pandit and say, Gadadhar, you are my real friend. You are my real friend. This was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstasy. So we need to also, we may not be on that level, but we need to hear about how Lord Chaitanya would hear about Krishna. So every night Mahaprabhu would be crying. But one night something interesting happened. Mahaprabhu was laughing. Mahaprabhu was smiling in the night. And Swarup Damodar and Ramananda Rai were surprised. Why is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu smiling tonight? He is always crying. So you can repeat this verse. Harsha Prabhu kahen shuno. Harsha Prabhu kahen shuno. Swarup Rama Rai. Swarup Rama Rai. So Harsha Prabhu, Mahaprabhu is very happy and is telling Harsha Prabhu kahen shuno. Swarup Rama Rai. Swarup and Rama Rai, Ramananda Rai and Swarup Damodar. Shuno, I am going to tell you something. Please listen to me carefully. What is Mahaprabhu going to say? Now, so repeat this verse. Harsha Prabhu kahen shuno. Harsha Prabhu kahen shuno. Swarup Rama Rai. Swarup Rama Rai. Nama sankirtana kalo. Nama sankirtana kalo. Parama upay. Parama upay. Nama sankirtan kalo. In Kali Yuga, Nam sankirtan is Param upay, the ultimate solution. So Mahaprabhu was always crying at night, suddenly is laughing and smiling and saying, Nam Sankirtan is the best solution. Chanting of Krishna's holy name is best solution. And then Mahaprabhu says that why? Because we all, if you want to worship Krishna, what is the best way to worship Krishna? What is the best way to decorate Krishna with flowers? What is the best way to do arti for Krishna? So now Mahaprabhu is revealing the best way of worship. Again, you'll have to repeat this verse. Sankirtana yagya kalau. Sankirtana yagya kalau. Krishna aradhan. Krishna aradhan. Seito sumeda paye. Seito sumeda paye. Krishnera charan. Krishnera charan. Mahaprabhu is saying, Sankirtana yagya kalau in Kali Yuga, Param aradhan. Krishna aradhan. Krishna's best worship is through Sankirtan yagya. And those who are intelligent, Seito sumeda paye, Krishnera charan. They will get Krishna's lotus feet if they take part in Sankirtan yagya. So what we are doing now, we are actually doing everything to get Krishna's mercy. This is the best way to worship Krishna, what you are doing. Please don't underestimate the potency of what we are doing now. Sometimes devotees say, Prabhuji, this is okay, but when I'm chanting Hare Krishna, I'm attracted by the melody more. Have you experienced sometimes? When it's a very nice melody, we are attentive. And when it is a not so attractive melody, we are like bored. Not realizing that Hare Krishna Kirtan, Hare Krishna is not different from Krishna. It doesn't matter which melody, who is singing. If you go to Vrindavan, have you done Govardhan Parikrama? In Giriraj Parikrama, you will see sometimes, my heart just, it's so amazing sight. Sometimes there is a remote temple and some old Babaji is there or some Mataji is there and they are singing wildly, loudly, sometimes in cacophonic sound, not proper meter, not proper melody, and they are playing kartal and they are just shouting at the top of their lungs, they are chanting Krishna's names. Have you ever heard all this? It is not in some beautiful melody but they are just crying out for Krishna, and anybody who hears that will be stunned by that devotion, by that love. So it doesn't matter. But still, Bhagavatam describes that sound as 4 levels. So we could be, just like sound, like if I say Hare Krishna. Now this sound can be understood at 4 different levels. And the first is called Vaikari Vak. Vaikari means the external sound. Like, if I say, please bring water. So that sound, the words, please bring water. These 3 words is sound, right? So this sound has form. And that form is called Vaikari Vak, which is only based on external sound. But before I told you, please bring water, in my mind, I thought, I need water. And that is also called sound. But it is unmanifest. Are you getting this? If I say, I want water, in my mind, I have not spoken it. For that is also sound, but unmanifested. That is called Madhyama Vak. Pashyanti, Vaikari, Madhyama and Pashyanti. Yeah, Madhyama Vak. Madhyama Vak means that sound which is in thought form. Are you getting this? Please listen to this carefully. I know it is post-lunch, but it is very important. Then you'll understand how to chant now when in the next round, we are going to have Kirtan again for half an hour, right? So when we have Kirtan, you will know how to get the best benefit out of this Kirtan. So I am sharing with you the science of sound, so that now when the next Kirtan starts, you can accordingly fine-tune your brain to get the best benefit of that Kirtan. You want that or not? Or you want to just waste your time? I'm sure you want to get best, right? Everybody has got some good business sense. You want to put your money and time there where you get a lot of returns. So I'm going to share with you something by which you can get maximum returns in the next Kirtan session. So please hear attentively, very, very attentively. So the first level the first form of sound is Vaikari Vak, which is gross sound. Many of us are attracted only by the Vaikari Vak. Nice melody means, this only Vaikari Vak connection. But that same sound, when it is in thought form, it is Madhyama Vak. And then there is the same sound, same thing, even subtler than thought, which is like feeling. For example, I told you I want water. When you heard that sound, that is Vaikari Vak. But when I thought, I need water, that was also form. That thought, that had sound, that had a form. That is Madhyama Vak. But I had a feeling of thirst, which prompted me to think that I need water. That feeling of thirst is Pashyanti Vak. That feeling, it is very subtle. That feeling drove me to think, and that thought led me to words. But that feeling also, although we can't catch it, it is also having a form. That is called Pashyanti Vak. And then there is Paravak. Paravak is the sound in its purest form as it exists at the level of the soul. Like when I say Hare Krishna, first is the Vaikari Vak, the sound. The second is the Madhyama Vak, which is good, which is what is the meaning of Hare Krishna? Prabhupada said, please engage me in your service, Krishna. So when I'm praying like that in my mind, I've entered sound, I'm connecting to Krishna at Madhyama Vak. And when I'm feeling a sense of shelter, or I'm connecting to the emotion of shelter, then I'm connecting to the same sound at the Pashyanti Vak. And Paravak is, complete union of love, crying of the soul for Krishna, which is transcendental, which is beyond day-to-day experiences that we have. But at least Vaikari, Madhyama and Pashyanti is very real. So how to practically apply this in Kirtan, I'm going to share now. So we are all we connect to sound at different levels. Some of us only connect at the external level. So when I was very new in Hare Krishna, I used to love Kirtan only when certain melodies were sung. That means my attraction to Hare Krishna was at the Vaikari Vak. Like, I remember the first time I heard my Guru Maharaj sing this melody. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. You heard this melody? So when my Guru Maharaj sang, I was like, "Hey, dil mujhe bata de, tu kis pe aa gaya hai, wo kaun hai jo aakar khwabon mein chha gaya hai." I was like, wow, what a nice Kirtan. I was dancing. So my attraction to Kirtan was at the Vaikari Vak. You understand? It's only the sound. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, Hare Krishna is simply alphabets for those who are not connected to Krishna. It's not giving any benefits. It's simply, I'm just chanting. And I'm connecting to something else. I'm not connecting to the holy name. So many of us are connected to the holy name at the melody level. I remember the first time I heard Bhakti Rasamrut Maharaj sing this melody. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. You heard this? Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I was in temple hall dancing, but when I heard the melody, this is how conditioning is. So I started remembering one song. I don't remember the song now, by Krishna's mercy. Devanand song. Hai apna dil to awa, na jaane kis pe aayega. Hare Krishna. I was like, and as I was dancing, I was remembering Devanand swinging. It was like crazy, But the mind can take you. What the mind can do with you is crazy. So I was thinking, am I attracted to the holy name, or am I attracted to simply the tunes, So many of us, I remember I and Gaur Gopal Prabhu went to London, and Gaur Gopal Prabhu led a rousing Kirtan. And we were dancing, chanting. And after the Kirtan, the boys, girls, everyone came from the Pandav Sena. They were thanking us so much. I was like, what is happening? And then in the car, when we were going back, the boy who was driving us, he was telling us, Prabhuji, you made our day. And so Gaurav Prabhu said, what did I do? I sing Kirtan all the time. No, this melody you sang was so good. So Gaurav Prabhu said, why it's so special? So then the boys said that, Prabhu, this is the most famous melody from a movie. Some famous movie was there, Ashiki 2. I don't know, because we had joined the temple, and last 25 years we have not seen any movie or heard Bollywood. But that was the song at that time. And that melody tune, Gaurav Prabhu also didn't know. Gaurav Prabhu heard it somewhere, and then he was singing the tune, and we were thinking it is Hare Krishna. But the boys and girls there, they were happy because it was a famous movie song. So sometimes we like, Prabhu, Kirtan was so nice. But our appreciation is at what level? Which of those three? Vaikari. Vaikari means external form. Like, you know, if a person from a tribal village who doesn't know English at all, and if you go and tell him, if you tell him, okay, repeat the word mother, ma. So when he says ma or mother, mummy, for him it is simply letter. It doesn't mean anything because we doesn't know the meaning of that. So he is connected to the sound mother at Vaikari level, where it is simply words, letter. Do you understand? Now somebody who knows the language, when he says, if I say ma, mother, mummy, then I remember there is a thought attached, there is some feelings attached. So I could be connecting to the word mother at a level of Madhyama, where I remember my mother or my service to my mother or my mother's affection. And then I could go deeper. When I say mother, I could immediately feel a sense of love, deeper love. That is Pashyanti Vak. So where are you connecting to the holy name? Now when the Kirtan is going to start, Arjun Sakha Prabhu will lead Kirtan, or one of you will lead Kirtan now. So we have a choice to connect to the holy name at one of the three levels. Right? So we can connect. See, it is possible. Just like, you know, see, this dhoti is made of cotton. But can you see cotton here? But there is cotton here. It's very subtle. That is like Pashyanti Vak. Cotton, gross cotton, you see, that is like outward. You know, you can see it as, it can be seen, felt. But in this cloth, you can't see it. Right? So basically, how do we do it? Practically, now we'll do like this. Before the Kirtan starts, I'll tell you. So if Prabhuji is singing Kirtan, and I am simply connecting, first we connect to the melody. Because we are very new or we are not so advanced. We get into that music, you know, all that. Sometimes in Kirtans they have guitar, flute. You've seen all those musical instruments devotees play. Like we have one brahmachari always plays flute, and there's some devotee gets guitar, and it's like, so that melody attracts. So Vaikari level is okay. But if you are at Vaikari level, in this Kirtan now, which is going to start in 5 minutes, 2 minutes, we are going to connect to the holy name at Madhyama level. Means, what is Madhyama level? Thoughts. So how do we connect to the holy name at the thought level? What is the meaning of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra? Radharani, Krishna, please engage me in your service. Actually, there are more than 25 meanings. You will find many Gaudiya Acharyas have given beautiful meanings for the same Maha Mantra. In fact, you can have your personalized meaning also. You know, your prayer can become personalized. When we say Krishna, you can have a specific prayer also. So as the Kirtan is going on, and as you are chanting, if you are offering a prayer, you are entering the holy name in the thought form. So you are entering the holy name at the Madhyama Vak. Otherwise, it's simply dry. It's like mechanical. So as you are chanting, we could offer prayer. We could connect with Krishna at the thought form. And if you're already doing that, you have a healthy practice, then it will be easy for you to enter Pashyanti Vak, where as the singer is speaking, you will feel a sense of shelter, which is like, you know, a sense of belonging. There is nothing to speak, there is nothing to think, just be with the holy name. That we can do now, and if we do that, two things Mahaprabhu is guaranteeing to Swarup Damodar and Ramananda Rai, and we'll end with this verse and we'll start Kirtan. So please repeat this verse. Mahaprabhu has, what he has told Swarup Damodar and Ramananda Rai in the previous two verses. Anybody remembers? Rama Rai, Kala Parama Upai. What is Mahaprabhu telling in those two verses? That Harinam Sankirtan is the remedy for Kali Yuga. Now somebody may say, okay, now if I take part in Sankirtan, what I will get? Mahaprabhu says you will get two benefits if you take part in Sankirtan, which is what we will be aspiring to connect as we are going to do Kirtan now. So please repeat this. Nama Sankirtana hoite,
Nama Sankirtana hoite,
Sarva Anartha Nash,
Sarva Anartha Nash,
Sarva Shubhodaya Krishna,
Sarva Subhodaya Krishna,
Premera Ullas.
Premera Ullas.
So Mahaprabhu is saying, whenever there is Nam Sankirtan, First, sarva anartanash. All dirty things will go away from the heart. Then what will happen? Sarva shubhodaya. All auspiciousness will enter your life. And then what will happen? The third thing, premera ullas. Krishna prem will arrive in your heart. Three things will happen. Okay, just repeat this verse once more. Nama sankirtana hoite.
Nama sankirtana hoite.
Sarva anartanash.
Sarva anarthanash.
Sarva shubhodaya Krishna.
Sarva subhodaya Krishna.
Premera ullas.
Premera ullas.
It's just like, when if your Guru Maharaj says, I'm coming to your house for prasadam. And this is the first time your spiritual master is coming to your house. What is the first thing you will do? You will start cleaning your house. After cleaning up all the dirty things, removing everything is gone, then you will start decorating your house. You will put the sofa in a particular place, you will get flower vase, decoration. You won't do first decoration and then clean the house. Right? First you will clean up the house, then decoration, everything, and then Guru Maharaj will come. So that is how Krishna is also entering the heart. So first when we chant, when we take part in Sankirtan, what will happen? Maha cleaning will happen. All the sarva, nama sankirtana hoite, sarva anartanash, gone. Then sarva shubhodaya, all auspiciousness, means all decorations will happen, nice fragrance, clean, beautiful. And then sarva shubhodaya Krishna, premera ullas, and there will be love blossoming in the heart. And then Mahaprabhu says, this is not enough. There is something more we need to do if we want Krishna to arrive in our heart. What is that? We will discuss in the next round after this Kirtan. So all of you will agree to take part in Kirtan with complete absorption.
Haribol!
And at what level?
Madhyama.
Madhyama Vak, which means at the thought level. Krishna, please help me. Krishna, please protect me. Krishna, help devotees. In fact, whenever we do Sankirtan, if you really want benefits, you can pray for those devotees who are not part of the Sankirtan. We never pray for others, we are so selfish. Sometimes devotees say, I've seen, Prabhu, please pray for me. Have you seen that devotees say? And then we say, no, Prabhu, you pray for me. I mean, okay, it's nice to say, tell the other devotee to pray for you, but if he's sincerely saying, pray for me, we could try to understand what is his need or why is he asking? Now, devotees are a lot of times so external. No, Prabhu, you pray for me, I am fallen. No, Prabhu, I am fallen, I am in Maya. No, Prabhu, you are not in Maya, I am in Maha Maya. Prabhu, you are in Yoga Maya. These are all devotee lingo. We become expert in speaking all of this. But, we can actually pray for others who have not come for this beautiful yatra here, where the hero is the holy name. Why this Sankirtan festival is so popular? Because here we are not the hero. The Mridanga player is not the hero. The singer is not the hero. The Harinam is the hero. And we just want to glorify Krishna. So let us do this now for half an hour. Let us absorb ourselves. And then we'll discuss. Mahaprabhu is giving some secrets by which we can ensure that during Kirtan, Krishna will enter our heart. So what is that? We will discuss later. Okay? Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. This is from Antyalila, last chapter or second last chapter. I will tell you I don't have the verse. See, I just wrote random verses from Chaitanya Charitamrita. This is my verse book, I just write verses.
I think he went. Can you play on it? No, on the. Oh, here. Okay.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we are singing a Vaishnava bhajan and then we will transition to Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So this Vaishnava bhajan it's there on KK songs. Hari Nama Tuva Aneka Swarupa by Bhakti Vinod Thakur. Hari Nama Tuva Aneka Swarupa. Hare Krishna. Can we start? It's a very simple melody, Mangalarti melody. Very simple. So I'll read the translation and then maybe we can start. O Harinam, you possess unlimited forms such as the beloved son of Maya Yashoda, the increaser of the bliss of Gokul, the son of Nanda, and the reservoir of all transcendental mellows. You are the slayer of the demon Putana and Trinavarta, the breaker of the cart, the protector of the cows, the player of the flute, the destroyer of the demon Aga and Baka, the holder of Govardhan Hill, and you are a cowherd boy. You destroyed the Keshi demon, bewildered Lord Brahma, and broke the pride of Indra, king of heaven. You are the destroyer of Arishtasur, the enchanter of all the young girls of Gokul, and you sport along the sandy banks of the river Jamuna. You delight Srimati Radharani and give life to the rasa dance. You sport in the groves near Radhakund, performing a variety of pastimes. You are the reservoir of pleasure, attractive to every living being. You remove all inauspiciousness and are the husband of the goddess of fortune. You are the source of all incarnations such as Lord Narsimha, the half-man, half-lion incarnation, and Matsya, the fish avatar. O Harinam, you are pleasing to the cows, land and senses. You are the dwarf Brahmana incarnation, Vamandev, and the slayer of the demon Madhu. You are the moon of the Yadu dynasty and always wear beautiful garlands of fresh forest flowers. You are the destroyer of the Kaliya serpent, the delighter of Gokul, and you rejoice in the worship of Srimati Radharani. Thakur Bhakti Vinod, understanding your glories, clasp the lotus feet of Rupa Goswami and Swarup Damodar Goswami and praise, O Harinam, according to your sweet will, you are manifest in all these forms and many others also. Please let them increase my love and attachment for you. Shri Harinam Prabhu ki. Harinam tuva aneka swarupa. 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 Yashodanandana Nandavardhana Nandatana Rasa Kopa. Yashodanandana Nandavardhana
हरि नाम तो पूतन घाटना तृणवर्तहना शकट भंजन गोपाला पूतन घाटना तृणवर्तहना शकट भंजन गोपाला मुरली वदन अगबक मर्दन गोवर्धन धारी रखाला कृष्ण इत्यादिका नाम स्वरूप प्रकम पादुका मोररति रागे इत्यादिका नाम स्वरूप प्रकम पारुका मोररति रागे हरिनाम पारुका मोररति रागे कृष्ण पारुका मोररति रागे इत्यादिका नाम स्वरूपे प्रकम पारुका मोररति रागे रूप स्वरूप पद जानी निज संपद भक्ति विनोद धोरे मागे भक्ति विनोद धोरे रूप स्वरूप पद जानी निज संपद भक्ति विनोद धोरे मागे Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Dharma Harinam Sankirtan ki Shri Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan ki Shri Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan Mahayagya ki
Hare Krishna. So we are discussing how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is
On the platform.
we are discussing how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is instructing whom? Swarup Damodar and Ramananda Rai. What did he tell them? Naam Sankirtan is the solution for Kali Yuga. And then finally he told them that if you do Sankirtan, three things will happen. What are the three things? First one, anarthas will go away, unwanted things will go away. Second, Shubhodaya means auspiciousness will come. And third, Prema Ullas means Krishna's love will awaken in the heart. Nama Sankirtana hoite Sarva Anarthanash Sarva Shubhodaya Krishna Premera Ullas. Somebody may say, Prabhu, but I am chanting for many years now and I feel my anarthas are not gone away. Right? Sometimes we feel like that. So we need something else, not simply chanting. Chanting has to be done in a certain mood. What is that mood? That Mahaprabhu will reveal now. So if this mood we have, then Krishna will arise. Then anarthas will go away. So you are ready to hear this? Okay. Uttamahana Vaishnav Habe Nira Abhiman Jive Saman Dive Jani Krishna Adhishtan. Mahaprabhu is saying, you become a great Vaishnava or you become a top class Vaishnava only when Uttamahana Vaishnava Habe Nira Abhiman, not wanting any respect for oneself. And then what? Jive Saman Dive Jani, giving respect to all living entities. And understanding what? When we are giving respect to others, how do we give them respect? Krishna Adhishtan, knowing that Krishna is in the heart of all living entities. If we have this mood, then we can attract Krishna's mercy. Otherwise we cannot. Basically, what is Mahaprabhu revealing here? Which quality? Amanina Manadena, or basically what he's talking about is humility. Humility is what will help us attract Krishna's mercy. And it's a paradox. We say if you have humility, then holy name will give us mercy. And how to get humility? We are told keep chanting Hare Krishna and serving Vaishnavas. Both has to go on simultaneously. In fact, in the morning session, we were discussing about being present. I think the last question that was asked was how being present helps, right? I think Mataji asked that question. So I'll tell you something now. This is a little funny, but it's a true story. When we are present with the holy name, what Krishna does is, Krishna reveals he shows a mirror to us. Just like if you really love someone very, very much and you live with that person will, that person is not going to say only I love you. That person is also going to tell you what is good for you to hear. Isn't it? It's not always sweet, sweet love. Krishna consciousness is not sweet like sweet rice. It is like, like in India we had this crackjack biscuit. It is sweet also and salty also. Thoda khatta, thoda meetha. Basically it is irresistible. So Krishna consciousness is irresistible. Krishna consciousness is not sweet. Because Krishna sometimes, not sometimes, often shows the mirror. Prabhu, you are nonsense. We don't want to see it, we just look here. Because why Krishna is showing this? Because you are sincere. Burijan Prabhu writes in the Japa book that if you listen to the holy name, if you are present always, attentively if you chant, you know what is the reward you get? I used to think if I chant attentively, listen to the holy name, if I am present, I will get the reward of love of Krishna. He says no. Love of Krishna will come later. He says first reward you get is humility. Interesting, no? Well, we think humility is some fruit lying in the tree. I just pick it up and I get humility. Humility is a reward Krishna gives when we are attentive in our spiritual practice. Because when we are attentive, we realize how we are far away from Krishna. And when we realize how far away we are from Krishna, we feel very humbled. And the famous British author C.S. Lewis, he said, humiliation comes before humility. We have to go through humiliation. Then we become humble. And then Krishna says, okay, you are humble now. Then everything, all auspicious will happen. Like, one of my friends, one of the boys was coming from a program. He fell in love with a girl. And she also wanted to marry him. But they couldn't get married to each other for many years. Typical Bollywood thriller movie story they had. They couldn't get married, then they went against their parents and all that drama. Finally the parents agreed and they got married and they lived happily ever after. That is the last part is not the, this is one, if there is any lie ever spoken in Bollywood, this is the biggest lie. And they lived happily ever after. Anyway, but they are a good couple, nicely, they're settled well, they have children, they're married. So they were struggling to get married for almost 7 to 8 years. Then they got married. And I have known them for many years now. But Mataji, I don't know her because he fell in love with her in college and all that. I knew the boy because I was doing youth preaching, boys preaching. So after they were wanting to get married, then I knew her. So I was happy for them that they are happy, they are married, they are doing devotional service nicely. But one day something very dramatic and interesting happened, which revealed to me how Krishna also makes us humble. Because both of them were driving in a car and I was in another car. We were coming back. We had a holy name retreat like this. And after the retreat, we were all going back in the car. I was in the front car, they were in a car behind. So I reached temple first and I sat on my table, on my computer writing my article. And then suddenly I realized my mic and sound system speaker is in their car. So I called that Prabhuji on my phone. Prabhu, Hare Prabhu, my mic and sound system is in your car. Can you please drop it in the temple first and then go home? And he said on the other end, yes Prabhuji, I will do it immediately. I'll take around 5-10 minutes to come to temple, 10 minutes. I said, okay, I'll wait. I'm here in the room. Come to my room. He said, yes Prabhuji, I'll come to your room. Same room, no? Same place. I said, yes. And then he kept the phone. He forgot to disconnect. He was on the speaker. And I also forgot to disconnect because I was writing my article. So I just kept the phone and I continued writing. And guess what happened? Suddenly I heard a female voice, which was his wife, who was sitting next to him, shout. She said, no, you'll go and sit with Prabhuji and I'll remain in the car. And when I heard that voice, I said, what? This same lady who is so gracious in front of me and she's always like, yes, Prabhuji, Prasad. I'm like, wow, this is what happens behind the closed door. She was blasting him left, right, center. You will go and sit with Prabhuji and I'll have to remain in the car and you are never on time and that boy will come home and we have to get the house cleaned. You're always in your own way. You just said yes to Prabhuji without understanding how you go and sit in his room. And he's telling, and you know what is his response throughout? He's not saying anything. And I knew, when I was hearing it, I knew that I'm doing something wrong. I mean, this is eavesdropping, right? I should disconnect, but it was too tempting for me. I didn't have the heart to. So I said, let me indulge for some. She was going on and on. And I was like thinking of all those moments when, she would be in front of, Prabhuji, please come home for prasad. I said, wow. For me, it was an eye-opener. And then after a few minutes, I felt a little guilty and I disconnected. I said, it's not correct. Then I continued my work. And after some time, there was a knock on my door that Prabhuji had come. He said, Prabhuji, sound system, mic, and he kept it and he ran away. I said, wait. I said, where are you going? He said, no, I have to go home. Wait. Sit down, let us relax. let us talk first. And his eyes were full of fear, He said, no, Prabhuji, I got some important work and, there are some guests coming over and we have to do some cleaning at home. I said, no, relax, yeah, we will talk. So then I realized that he's really in anxiety. So then I smiled and I said, Prabhu, sorry, but I overheard your conversation with your wife in the car. You had forgotten to disconnect and I also had not disconnected. And when he heard that I heard, he was shocked. He said, Prabhu, you heard everything? I said, Sab suna, Prabhu. Kya jhaapti hai tere ko? How much she chastises you? So then, you know what he said? He said, Prabhuji, what you heard, no? That was not even a trailer. My God, it was so funny. So then I also laughed and then I said, okay, go now. Then later on I went to their house for prasadam. Sorry, Prabhu, I'm making you. I went to their house for prasadam after a few days. And then we were laughing, we were talking about that incident. Then I realized, and I was telling them also, actually they share deep love. See, they're not frustrated with each other, at least not as yet. they are nice couple, they're doing nice devotional service. And he also said, Prabhu, I am very happy with my wife. She's the best friend and best partner I could have ever imagined in my life. So they're happy, in the sense they are doing devotional service. But then, what I learned in that meeting was that just because they really love each other doesn't mean they only have sweet exchanges. And he said, Prabhuji, I know she loves me a lot. And that gives me comfort. But I know that she loves me, but she also gives me sauce. That's part of the package. You can't say, I want a wife who will only speak sweet things. If she really loves you, she will also give you what you need to hear. So as he was saying this, I was telling him, Prabhu, this is exactly how our relationship with Krishna also blossoms. As we become more attentive in our practices, as we become more attached to Krishna, Krishna will tell us, I love you. And Krishna will also show us the mirror. Prabhu, you are nonsense. No, I am not nonsense. We'll try to avoid. And then Krishna will show the mirror. Krishna will not leave us till we accept that we have fallen or we have done something wrong. So we can't run away. We can't run away from the pain of facing our inadequacies in Krishna consciousness. We are very far away from Krishna. And Krishna will make us realize that. And that is His blessing, that is His mercy. And we should not try to avoid it. So the more we are present in our chanting, the more we are attentive in our practices, what will happen? The more we will feel sober, grounded, more we will become humble. Have you seen elderly senior grahasthas? After 25-30 years of marriage, they are very sober. They are still together, but they don't have the enthusiasm, and they have enthusiasm, but they don't have that innocence and spirit which they had when they were newly married. They are more sober, more grave. They see in the life. They've understood the ups and downs of life. So when devotee practices Krishna consciousness for many years, he is blissful, but he is also understanding that he is very far away from Krishna. Therefore, his only hope is to always offer respects to every other Vaishnava and not expect honor for himself. Unfortunately, in an institutional setup, many times what happens, because we are senior, we start thinking I'm very good, I deserve respect, and then the community becomes extremely messy. So we have to be careful. And Mahaprabhu says that if we have this mood of respecting others, then the heart will be cleansed. Then we will experience Krishna. And if we chant in this mood that everybody is worthy of respect, then if we chant like that, then Krishna's love will awaken in the heart. Seimata hanaye, Krishna namaloy,
Krishna Namala,
Sri Krishna charane tanra,
Shri Krishna Charane Tamara,
prema upajay.
Prema Upajaya.
So if we chant the holy name in this mood, what is the mood? That everybody is worthy of respect. Then Sri Krishna charane tanra prema upajay. Then love for Krishna's lotus feet will awaken in the heart. And Mahaprabhu is narrating this to Ramananda Rai and Sarup Damodar. And as Mahaprabhu is saying this, it is not simply theory. Mahaprabhu himself starts feeling that he is unqualified, and he starts telling Ramananda Rai and Sarup Damodar, please bless me that I get love of Krishna. See, it is not that he is simply saying this as a theory for others. Kahite kahite prabhur,
Kahite Kahite Prabhu,
denya bada hila,
Dinya Bada Hila,
Shuddha Bhakti Krishna Thani,
Shuddha Bhakti Krishna Tani,
Magite Lagila.
Magite Lagi.
So as Mahaprabhu is saying this again and again, his own humility is increasing. And he is begging them that please give me love of Krishna, please give me love of Krishna. He is telling Ramananda Rai and Sarup Damodar, who are his disciples. He is begging them, please give me Krishna. And then Kaviraj Goswami gives a purport to this whole pastime. He says, what this pastime reveals to us is that you can know you're really advanced if you actually, as you get closer to Krishna, you feel, I'm far away from Krishna. Premera swabhava yaha,
Premera Swabhaya,
Premera sambandha,
Premera Sambandha,
sei mane Krishna mora,
Sei Mane Krishna Mora,
nahi prema gandha.
Nahi Prema Gandha.
This is the nature of love for Krishna. Premera swabhav. Yaha premera sambandha. Nature of relationship with Krishna is sei mane. One who loves Krishna will think, nahi mora Krishna prema gandha. I actually don't love Krishna. Look at the amazing irony. Kaviraj Goswami is saying that one who loves Krishna will think he has no love for Krishna. But does that mean that person is depressed? Oh, I don't love Krishna, so I am useless. No, look at the paradox. In the very next verse he says, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is saying, I don't love Krishna. But what is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu doing? If somebody doesn't love Krishna, what he will do? What he will do generally? If somebody doesn't have anything to do with Krishna, what he will do then? Sense gratification. So when Mahaprabhu says, I don't love Krishna, what do you think he is doing but? Then the very next verse reveals what Mahaprabhu is doing. Sabaratri Mahaprabhu,
Sabaratri Mahaprabhu,
Kare Jagaran.
Kare Jagaran.
The whole night Mahaprabhu was awake. First of all, he is saying, I don't love Krishna. I don't have any love for Krishna. And then on the other hand, he is awake the whole night. What is he doing whole night? Watching Netflix? What is he doing if he doesn't love Krishna? And he's saying also, I don't have any love for Krishna. But see what Mahaprabhu is doing. Sabaratri Mahaprabhu,
Sabaratri Mahaprabhu,
Kare Jagaran,
Kare Jagaran,
Uchcha Kori Kahe Krishna,
Uchcha Kori Kahe Krishna,
Nama Sankirtan.
Nama Sankirtan.
In loud voice he would chant Hare Krishna whole night. So on the one hand, he's saying, I don't love Krishna, I don't have any attraction for Krishna. Then how can somebody chant the whole night loudly? That means this verse is proving that when you really love Krishna, you will not consider yourself as important. And you will feel you are far away from Krishna. And why pure devotees feel like that? Because they feel Krishna was there with them and they lost Krishna. Our Gaudiya mood is not that. I have Krishna with me, Krishna is my friend, Krishna is my darling child. No, they feel a lot of regret that I had Krishna, but because of my misfortune, I lost him. So when we chant Sankirtan now, see, we discussed about Vaikari Vak, right? Vaikari Vak is lowest, just the melody. Okay. The Madhyama Vak was meaning, translation. Now we'll enter the Pashyanti Vak in the next round of Kirtan, where we will enter this feeling of inadequacy and the feeling that Krishna, I am so far away from you. That enter that space. See, our Gaudiya mood is what? It's like, it's Sahaj, Sahajiyas, they take very cheaply. They say, oh, Krishna is my darling, I remember Krishna all the time. We are not Sahajiyas, we don't take cheaply. We say, where is Krishna? I want Krishna, I don't have Krishna. It's like, it's like if we make an announcement now, of course, pizza is coming in the evening, right? No pizza. Today, no pizza. Sorry. Okay, if you say there is a precious diamond here somewhere, lying on the grass. If you find it, it's yours. And your time starts now. Start searching for that precious diamond, right? But imagine you had that precious diamond with you. In the first case, when you are told there is a precious diamond here, search for it, you have no idea what is a diamond. You don't even know how it looks like. You just hear that there is something called diamond and it is here and I have to search for it. But let us imagine you already had a diamond and then you lost it here. And then you are searching for it. Out of these two scenarios, in which case would your search for the diamond be more intense? Why? You already had it and then you lost it. So our Chaitanya Mahaprabhu mood, 6 Goswamis mood is what? I had Krishna. Krishna came before me. Mahaprabhu is telling so many times. Mahaprabhu suddenly sees Krishna and Krishna disappears. So Mahaprabhu goes mad. Krishna was here. Where did he go? So this is our mood, that I had Krishna. I was fortunate. I was blessed with Krishna. But I have lost Krishna. E Radhe Vraja Devike Chalalite E Nanda Shuno Kuta Shri Govardhana Kalpa Pada Patale Kalindi Vane Kuta Koshanta Viti Sarvato Vrajapure Keder Mahavivalo Vande Rupa Sanatano Raghujugo Shri Jiva Gopalako. Or Goswamis were in this mood. Where is Radharani? Where is Krishna? Are they on the banks of Yamuna, the Vamshivat? Are they at Govardhan? Where is Krishna? So this is the mood in which Mahaprabhu is telling us to aspire. So we want to increase our mood of separation from Krishna as we enter the Kirtan now. This is our mood. Once Srila Prabhupada was in New York, all young hippies and boys and girls were coming for the class. They were totally disconnected. They used to ask crazy questions. Some of them would stand up and start screaming. And very crazy crowd. In the middle of that, one girl, Govinda Dasi, I forget her legal name. So she raised her hand and she said, Swamiji, what is love of Krishna in Vrindavan, in separation from Krishna? What is this love? Srila Prabhupada was shocked because he could never expect somebody would ask such kind of question. So when she asked this question, Prabhupada said, Acha, his eyes became big. Oh, what a beautiful question. This is very nice question. First 5 minutes, Prabhupada was only appreciating the question. He was so happy that somebody is interested in love of Krishna, in separation, love of Krishna in separation from Krishna. But then Prabhupada said, very good question. And then Prabhupada said, this is the mood of Vrindavan. This is Vrindavan Bhakti. This is the Goswamis praying. And then Prabhupada entered that space and he started chanting, E Radhe Vraja Devik. And then Prabhupada's eyes closed. His body started shivering. Because he had entered that space of separation from Krishna, tears started flowing from his eyes, and he had lost consciousness from the external world. And his body was trembling, and his tears are flowing from his eyes, and he was sitting like this. And all these young boys and girls, they had no idea what was happening. They knew something extraordinary is happening, but they didn't know what it was. And they were all looking at Prabhupada like this, staring at him. And Srila Prabhupada had entered Samadhi. He is remembering Krishna's love. He is entering that space of love of Krishna. And then Bruce, Greg is now Gargamuni. Bruce is Brahmananda. Chuck is Achyutananda. Steve Guarino, Satsarup. Keith, Kirtananand. Wally, Umapati. Mike, Mukunda Maharaj. So all of them are young boys. They are not yet initiated, but they knew something extraordinary happening. And Bruce, he was like, if it was going on, the ecstasy, Prabhupada is in that mood only. But then he took up Kartal and he started playing Kartal. So Prabhupada came back to external consciousness. And Prabhupada steadied himself and continued the class as if nothing had happened. And after that, devotees went to him. Srila Prabhupada, what of that Swamiji that you were experiencing? They knew that it is something special. So Prabhupada, you know what was Prabhupada's answer? Did Prabhupada say, yes, I was remembering Krishna and I went into ecstasy? Prabhupada's answer was, oh, nothing important, forget it. Prabhupada dismissed it. Why? Because if Prabhupada said he was in ecstasy, then what will all his followers do? Imitate. Any kirtan, they will start, oh, Krishna. We will go crazy, you know. Sab chele chapate. You know, Guru Sher to disciple Sava Sher. So we like to imitate, no? So Prabhupada knew that we will all do cheap mimicry. So Prabhupada dismissed it. Prabhupada didn't give it importance. Once one lady told Srila Prabhupada, Swamiji, when I chant Hare Krishna, you know, red light comes in my vision and then the blue light comes. Wow, it is so amazing. She was presenting it to Prabhupada. So she thought Prabhupada will appreciate or say, wow, this is something exotic. Well, she was shocked when Prabhupada's response was, yeah, keep chanting, that will go away. So she didn't know what to feel. She didn't know whether she should feel miserable or she should feel happy. So Prabhupada dismissed all this cheap ecstasy. So when we are going to do Kirtan, we are going to cultivate that mood of Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu is teaching us. Mahaprabhu is crying whole night. At the same time, he is humble. This is very important. Those who are Sahajiyas, they will cry for Krishna, but they don't have humility. Our mood is, yes, we cry for Krishna, but we are not going to we don't want to be the center. We want the holy name to be the center. We want other Vaishnavas to be our object of service. So in that mood, we will do more Kirtan. Is that okay? And after this Kirtan, for the next half hour, we are going to have an interactive exercise. Possible? We can do it? But we'll have to do a group of 4 to 5. I'll explain what is it. And it is about Krishna, how we can increase and improve our remembrance of Krishna. We'll give you 5 questions and immediately you have to answer. It's going to be fun. You are going to remember Krishna's wonderful pastimes and qualities. We can do it? Haribo. So now we'll enter the holy name and bhajan, Vaishnava bhajans. I request devotees to continue doing Kirtan. Haribol, Sharinam Sankirtan ki Jai.
So humbly request all the devotees to please come closer. It will be more meditative, more absorbed kind of a kirtan. Please, humble request to all of you to please repeat. That will be a real sankirtan.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Did everyone like the Kirtan?
Yes!
So I need a favor from each one of you. By nature, Yugal Kirtan Prabhu is very shy, though he's very talented. So it so happened that he was singing Kirtan when Gauranga Prabhu's visit, and he saw Prabhu playing this tune, and he told that such a nice, amazing singer, such a meditative tune that he sang. So let's chant Hari Bol 3 times so that Yugal Kirtan Prabhu can come out of this shyness and present more Kirtan like this. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol! And also, as you know, Maharaj has aptly named him as Yugal Kirtan Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. So we'll now have a group exercise. So all of you are ready? You can do it. You can't be dull. You have to be very active now. I'm sure you'll be very excited after the Kirtan. So we need total 5 groups amongst men and 5 amongst women. So it can be 5 members each group maybe. But those who are very new and those they don't know basic philosophy, they just know basic philosophy, they might be included in some of the groups so that they don't feel left out. So I don't know how you do it. You have just 1 minute to make 5 groups each of 5 members each in 5 members in each group. And you just sit a little separately so that it can be distinguished. The groups can be distinguished. Hare Krishna. Okay, ready? So what are the groups here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many of you are there? Okay. Sit separately so that I can. Okay, how many people are there here? 6 of you, one group. This is second group. Third, one group 4. Only 4 groups among men? ठीक है आप लोग दूर दूर बैठ यू आर सिटिंग सो सेपरेटली फ्रॉम ईच अदर रिलैक्स okay you can both join that group there are only 4 people there no? Yeah you can okay so 4 groups amongst men and how many groups amongst women 1 2 3 6 groups 4 groups right 6 groups now you make it 5 groups maximum okay start okay now I'm going to ask you a question all of you are ready so this is Krishna group Balram group Gauranga Nityananda ठीक है Krishna Balram Gauranga Nityananda ready remember your names and we'll have Radha Sita Radha Sita Lakshmi okay Lakshmi group and Subhadra and Rukmini chalo Rukmini Lalita whatever name you choose so 5 groups amongst women right 1 2 okay start so I'm going to ask you a question you have just 2 minutes to answer so there's going to be rapid fire I'm going to ask many questions so in within 2 minutes listen to me carefully the rules okay so let's have the names of the groups first Radha Lakshmi Sita Rukmini Lalita okay done 5 groups right and fine so now you are going to be absorbed in this question I'm going to ask you'll have only 2 minutes to answer so when I ask a question each member of the group will answer to each other the others will listen and then after you have discussed the group has to choose 3 answers 3 of those let's say you are how many 1 2 3 4 5 7 7 of you. So let's say you get 7 answers for the first question in your group. You have to choose first 3. Because I may ask the same question to different groups. See, if they have already answered, if their answer is same, then you won't answer your first option. You will give your second answer. But otherwise, every group will give only 1 answer out of the 7 or 5 or whatever 6 answers you get. Okay? Now, what is the agenda of this exercise? We are going to ask you around 8 to 10 to 11 questions. And the answers will help you go deeper in Krishna consciousness. I don't have to explain anything. Just when you listen to the question and you discuss, you will realize how Krishna consciousness can be taken very, very deep. And you can do this exercise later at home also. And not only that, these questions you can answer every day differently. And these questions are the foundation of Krishna consciousness. If you want to rise from Kanishta Adhikari to Madhyama Adhikari, these introspective questions, answers to these questions will help you come closer to Krishna. Is that okay? And all of you know answers to this question. It is just that some of you may have never tried to answer them. We'll start? All of you know the rules. Give me Kartal. No? Just, I want to play the Kartal to end the time. Yeah, Kartal. Okay. So when I play the Kartal, that means you have to stop. Okay? So your time starts now. The first question, please listen carefully. What is your favorite shloka or verse from the scriptures and why? You can take time to think and then discuss amongst each other. Time starts now. Thirty seconds more. Yes.
Yes, Prabhu. Yes.
Good job.
Okay, stop discussing now. Stop discussing. Okay. I'm going to ask any one group random and you have to immediately answer without taking time. Hare Krishna. Stop discussing Prabhu. Ho gaya. See, the idea is, even if you don't have to be perfect, it's just that when you hear others, this is called as Shravanam, Mananam, Nididhyasanam. We are going to churn and hear from others, and our own Krishna consciousness will become deeper. Is that okay? Girls, don't discuss now. Okay?
We're just deciding who will speak.
Okay, you decide that first one.
The verse is already said. We don't
Second, go to your second answer. I told you 3 answers, no? Every group should have. Okay? So Lalita group will speak first. Sis, loud.
Mataji.
Take the mic and I'll tell you whom to pass it on afterwards. Yes, clear, loud and clear.
Okay. Ananyas chintayanto mam ye janaha pariupasate tesham nityam abhiyuktanam yogashemam vahami aham. The reason why we like this quote is because Krishna promises that he always protects his devotees. He carries what they lack and he preserves what they have. And it's very ensuring for devotees
Best
to have...
insurance company,
Yes.
Krishna.
Yes. So
Thank you, beautiful answer. Thank you. Okay, now Nityananda team. Fast. Fast, don't take time. Yes.
Srimad Bhagavatam, verse 10:14-8. Tate nukampam susamiksamano bhunjane vatma kritam vipakam hidvagvapur
Vidudam namaste.
jiveta yomukti
Pade sadaya vak. Yeah. Explain why it is your favorite. What is the verse all about?
So I used to live in Krishna's Alachua, and then so I was under Kalakanta Prabhu, and then I got 20 stitches on my right hand. So I cut my hand, and when I was talking to him, he quoted this verse that if you still patiently suffer whatever is coming to you and still give your heart and soul to Krishna, you just patiently be with him, then you'll eventually arrive. So
Hari Bol. This is a verse quoted by Rupa Goswami, also an actor of devotion. One of the 64 items of devotional service is to expect mercy of Krishna. One of the 64 qualities, one of the 64 items of devotional service. And for expecting mercy of Krishna, Rupa Goswami quotes this verse. It's a beautiful, one of the most powerful verses of Srimad Bhagavatam. Thank you. Okay, now Rukmini team. Yes. Fast. Mic le lo, mic. Yes. Start.
Mukundamala Sutra, verse 11.
Say the verse.
Okay. Gavajaladigatanam dvandavatahatanam sutaduhitakalatyathana bharaditanam vishama vishayatoye majitamaplavanam bhavati sharanameko vishnupoto narana.
Explain it, yeah.
Should I say the translation first?
Whatever, you should know what is this verse all about. We don't know anything. We just...
Okay, it says in the verse that Vishnu, like when you're in the ocean of birth and death, then only Vishnu can save you.
Only Lord can save you because you're in the ocean of birth and death.
No one else.
So why is this your favorite verse?
You have a lot of material attachments in this world, and you are also attached to many other people. But in the end, not everyone can actually save you from.
Only Krishna connection will save you. Hari Bol. Okay, Krishna team.
Hare Krishna. Again, Mukunda Mala Stotra. Mukunda Murdna Pranipatyaryache Bhavantame Kantame Yantamartam Avismritestva Charanaravinde Bhave Bhave Mestu Bhavat Prasada. Kulashekar Alvar in this verse is explaining that, my dear Lord, Mukunda Murdana, that, oh Mukunda, Murdana, I am offering my head, Pranipatyache, I am offering my head at your lotus feet, and Bhavantam Ekantam Iyantam Artham, that, my dear Lord, I am not asking you for many things, but I am just asking you for Ekam Artham, just one thing, that lifetime after lifetime, wherever I am, Bhave Bhave Mestu Bhavat Prasadam, that lifetime after lifetime, may I never forget your lotus feet. In whichever species, wherever I am, lifetime after lifetime, may I never forget your lotus feet.
Beautiful, beautiful. So this is one of the most shelter-giving verses, or this is a word devotees are saying, how do I learn to pray? This is the best way to learn to pray. Thank you, Prabhu. Yes, Balram. Oh, no, okay, you can then maybe Radha team. Okay, we'll have one Mataji and one Prabhu.
Kathanchana smrite yasmin dushkaram
Karam
sukaram bhavet
bhavet vismrite viparitam syat Shri Chaitanya namamitam.
Yes, Prabhu, this, I find this verse very shelter giving. Lord is just a remembrance away and He's always ready to lend
What is the
Himself.
verse meaning?
Okay, sorry. So, I worship Lord Chaitanya I'm just explaining in my own words.
Yeah, please.
So I worship that Lord Chaitanya, the remembrance of whom makes the most difficult task very easy, and forgetfulness of whom just does the opposite.
Yes.
So yeah, this verse is very dear to me. It always inspires me to remember Lord Chaitanya in whatever situation I am in.
Most difficult things becomes easy, and if you forget Lord Chaitanya, the most easy thing becomes difficult. Again, very, very hope-giving and shelter-giving verse. Thank you. Yes, we'll complete with the Matajis. Who all are remaining? Yes. Sita team. Okay. Lakshmi team. No, this is Lakshmi team. Sita team. Yes, yes. Start.
My favorite verse is also from Mukundamala
Hurry,
Stotra. Verse number 20. Jive kirtaya keshavam muraripum cheto bhaja sridharam pani dvandva samarchaya chutakata stotra dvaya tvam shrinu krishnam lokaya lochana dvaya hare gachangri yugmalayam jigragana mukunda pada tulasim murdana madokshajam. And this is my favorite verse because it describes like King Kulashekara says like, oh tongue, always like chant the glories of Lord Krishna, Keshava, and then oh mind worship like the worship Krishna, and then oh hands like serve Lord Krishna, and then oh ears hear the kata, Krishna kata, and then oh eyes gaze upon like the deity of Shri Krishna. And then feet go to the temple of walk to the temple of Lord Krishna, and then nose smell the tulsi on the feet of Lord Mukunda, and then head bow down to the Lord Krishna. So this is my favorite verse.
Beautiful. So you are basically we are being encouraged to offer everything we have to Krishna. Can you remember a similar verse from the Bhagavatam? Where all senses, yes. What is that verse? How does that verse begin? I am also forgetting now. How does that verse begin? 3 verses are there. Huh? Where, no, not Shravanam Kirtanam. Where Ambarish Maharaj is offering everything. His head, Mandira Marjanadishu, and his legs. He walks to the temple. You know, anybody knows this verse? Good homework now. So I want to hear it from someone. In the next 3-4 days I am in Seattle. If somebody comes and tells me this, I'll be happy. Okay, next group. Sita go gaya. Lakshmi group. Okay, say that verse.
Hare Krishna.
Save mana Krishna padara vindayor vacham sivaikunta gunanu varnane aro karer mandira marjanadishu Shrutim Chakara. Okay, then the next, you'll chant the whole verse. Give her the microphone, right? Complete the verse. You don't have to wait for 3 days.
Savai manah Krishna padara vindayor vacham sivaikunta gunanu varnane karau harer mandira marjanadishu shrutim chakara chuta sat kathodaye mukundalingalaya darshane drishau tadbhritya gatra spashayanga sangamam घ्राणां च तत्पाद सरोज सौरभे श्रीमत् तुलस्या रसनां तदर्पिते पादौ हरेर्क्षेत्र पदानुसर्पणे शिरो ऋषिकेश पदाभिवन्दने कामां च दास्येत न तु कामकाम्यया यथोत्तमश्लोकजनाश्रया रतिः.
Hari Bol, thank you. Yes, now the last remaining group, the Matajis, and then the remaining.
Hare Krishna. For our group, we came up with Namo Pankaj Nabhaya.
Chant the verse.
Namo Pankaj Nabhaya. Namo Pankaj Malini.
Everybody who knows the verse. Netraya Namaste Pankajangre.
And we thought that this is a very nice verse when Krishna is not present personally in front of us. If we have to go from quadrant 2 to quadrant 3, we can use this verse to meditate on Krishna.
Yes, beautiful. Actually, this verse landed us in trouble once, In 2014, there was election time, and in India, and before election, in the month of May, before the results were out, before the voting was happening, we had Chandan Yatra for our deities, and we had put Chandan on Gopalji and made him like Krishna, dressed like Vrindavan Krishna with lotus flower garland, all lotus flower garland, and we had printed this verse, Namo Pankajanabhaya, in big bold font, and then put it in front of Krishna, and we landed in trouble because some politician came and he said, you guys are promoting BJP for winning the election because Namo, 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 and Narendra Modi's nickname is Namo, and you are glorifying Narendra Modi. And Gopalji was decorated with the garland of lotus flowers, and BJP's election symbol is lotus. So he said, you guys are doing this, and then we had to calm him down. We said, there is nothing political about it. Krishna is the Pankajanabhaya. So one of the most beautiful verses. Okay, so two groups are left now, right? Yes, Balram group and Gaurang group. Yes, fast. Start karo. Any one of you start, yes.
This is the verse we discussed yesterday in the class also, Prabhu. Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu.
Okay, chant loudly and nicely.
Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mam anusmara yuddhacha mayyarpita mano buddhir mam evaisasi asamsayaha. So Krishna declares that therefore Arjuna, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna, and at the same time carry out your prescribed duty of fighting. With your activities dedicated to me and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt. So why this is favorite? Because here Krishna is telling the two things that we need to do on a daily basis, that have the remembrance of Krishna and continue your duties.
This is the most practical verse.
Yes.
Because you can't avoid doing your duty. You can't be just lazy, right? Yes. At the same time, if you keep doing work, then you could be, a donkey is working the whole day. But we are human beings, so we have to remember Krishna.
And Krishna guarantees that you will attain me without doubt.
Yes. Hari Bol. Thank you. Yes.
So, this is verse from Bhagavad Gita. Antakale chame vya sparnam muktam kalevaram ya prayati samadbhavam yati nasti atra samsaya. So in this verse, Krishna says that whoever remembers me at the time of death, they comes to me. There is no doubt about it. And why this verse? Because this reminds me that any time we can die, and so all our life has to be constructed in such a way so that we can always remember Krishna and never forget Krishna. So that's the reason why this.
Hari Bol. Thank you. All of you shared one verse, right? So now the whole agenda of this exercise was, just imagine if you meet each other and you ask them which verse you are memorizing or which one you liked, and we share this with each other. Our connection with scriptures will increase. And Srila Prabhupada has very clearly told his followers, in the pastime, which is the famous pastime where Prabhupada says in the purport that therefore one should memorize verses, Govindam Adi Purusham, Kunti's prayers, Gajendra's prayers. In the Gajendra section, because Gajendra remembered, he was King Indradumna, he had chanted prayers. So when the time of crisis, we will be able to remember all that we have learnt in the past. So memorizing verses is very, very important. Some of you may say, Prabhuji, but my Sanskrit is not good, I can't remember Sanskrit. No problem. Even if you know the translation. And even if you don't know the translation, even if you know the meaning of the verse in your own words, that is also okay. Just connect to the words of the scriptures. And this will help us at the dire need. When we are really disturbed, troubling, these verses will come handy. This is not an intellectual exercise. Like, many devotees, like I have this book in which all my verses, all the verses I learn are there. I know many devotees who have a verses book like this. They just carry the book, and anytime they're, bewildered, bored, confused, they just pick up one verse, they chant, and it opens, it's like a zip file, it opens up so many things. So verses memorizing is extremely powerful. It keeps you very nourished in bhakti, and also it connects you to Krishna. So this was an exercise to help you cultivate this habit, so that anybody asks you anytime what is, and your favorite verse could change every day, no problem. Now one more very, very important thing. Some of you how many of you forget verses after memorizing them? And do you feel discouraged by that? Okay, now I'll tell you something. Please remember, this discouragement is coming because of our material education. In our college, in our school, we were taught that if you learn something, you should always remember it. And if you've forgotten, that means you are a failure. You are supposed to remember it and put it in the exam, right? But Krishna conscious shloka learning is not based on that formula. I have memorized all the verses from this book, but I have forgotten all of them. But I know nothing is waste. Neya vikramanashosti pratyavayo navidete. There is no loss in this endeavor. Don't use your college and school logic here. In school and logic, if you learn something and you forget before exam, you are considered failure. Here, if you have learned and you sincerely tried and then you forgot, Krishna will recognize it as you have learned. And then Krishna will acknowledge it and give you full marks for it. And then again you learn after some time if you have forgotten. Who is going to give you marks here? Nobody. You are not going to get some first class or distinction. We are trying to please Krishna. And at the right time, you will remember. I had once learned Prithu Maharaj's all prayers. And for 2 years, I didn't read that section. I forgot completely. And then when I started reading again, within one day, I remembered everything. And also, remember this very important point. The brain, as we get older, the brain cells deteriorate. And it becomes, people get amnesia and all that, forgetfulness and all that. But if you are constantly memorizing verses, it has been proven through a lot of studies that your brain cells remain fresh. Because you are constantly exercising them to remember transcendental sound. You will always be active, alert. Don't you want like that, to be like that? Yes. I was hearing Prabhupada's class recently, and Prabhupada is quoting left. He is 78 years old. This is 1975 lecture. And Prabhupada is quoting so many verses from here and there. And I'm observing, and suddenly he forgets something. You know what he forgets? Something very simple. He says, so there is this famous story of India, Akbar and his minister. What is his minister's name? I am not able to recollect. Prabhupada is saying all this. I'm talking. I'm not asking you to help me. I'm just repeating what Prabhupada is saying. Prabhupada is saying Akbar and what is his minister's name? And I'm thinking, as I'm hearing the class, every Indian knows Akbar Birbal, right? See, even you are studying in America, you know Birbal. So Prabhupada, definitely from childhood is hearing Akbar and Birbal's story. But when we hear, in old age, we forget things. So Srila Prabhupada, in one sense, in 78 years old, he has forgotten Birbal's name. But I am amazed because he is remembering he is remembering verses from Mukundmala Stotra, from Bhagavatam, from Chaitanya Charitamrita, and he's connecting all the verses. So that gave me so much hope, that if we connect with Krishna, we will remember what we are supposed to remember, and we'll forget what is mundane or what is not needed. So this is very hope-giving. So I humbly request you and appeal to you, please memorize verses as much as you can. Don't worry if you think you are getting old. Don't worry, if you don't know Sanskrit. Just connect with the sound and your life will be auspicious. Okay? Can I ask one more question? Can you work in the group? Okay. You have 2 minutes and you have to discuss amongst yourself. This is a tough question. If you are not studied scriptures, it may be a little difficult, but you have a big group to help you. Okay? What are the different names of Krishna? Can you shoot? Mukunda, Keshava. Oh, okay. Now, what is your favorite name of Krishna and what is your favorite quality of Krishna and why? Quality, you know how many qualities Krishna has? How many qualities Krishna has? Only 64? Only 5? Unlimited. So what are Krishna's qualities or Krishna's names that you love the most? The time starts now.
Prabhu, can we give multiple?
Choice?
No, like multiple. No, it's fine.
Yeah. Different. Two questions I've asked. I've asked 2 questions. Krishna's favorite name and then Krishna's favorite quality. Your favorite of Krishna's qualities.
Why are you putting it in the mala? It's like a earth bag. Really good one. Prabhuji, does there need to be a correlation with the name and the quality that you like? Not the quality.
It can be. You can have correlation. You cannot have. It's okay. All of you ready? 30 seconds more. Okay. Okay, we'll stop. Hare Krishna. Just like the previous round, the whole idea is not that you need to have perfect answers, it's just an excuse for us to glorify Krishna and remember Krishna. It's okay if you are not got the right answer, the perfect answer, or if you are not read enough. You can always hear from others. Okay? So we'll start from here this time. Radha, Sita, Lakshmi, Dalita, Rukmini, and then Krishna, Balram, Gaurang, Nityanand. Yes. Start fast. So the mic also can be transferred immediately and it can go there.
In our group, I think Bhakta Vashyata is the quality that came
Bhakta
up.
Vatsala. Okay.
Vashyata is like Krishna allows
Control.
himself to be
Controlled by
bound
his
the
devotees.
devotees' love. And the name is Damodar.
Any reason, specific, anything you found very attractive here? Yeah, the name is connected also.
Yes. So
Beautiful. Damodar name is connected to Bhakta Vashyata. This is brilliant. So Krishna is controlled by his devotee. Which other religion you can think of where God is controlled? Anybody? In any other religion they talk about this? In Rome, if you go to that chapel, you will see there is God's light, God, painting of God is there. And all devotees are like this, afraid. But if you come to Vrindavan, you will see Krishna is afraid of his mother Yashoda. That is the difference between Gaudiya Vaishnava and other religions. So there is so much love. Thank you. Yes, next.
Okay, so I guess one of my favorite names of Krishna is Madan Mohan because he's always attracting the jivas and he takes away all the madness and illusion like Madana, Mohana.
Beautiful.
And so that's why I like that name. And then my favorite quality of Krishna is that he's very merciful, that even when we're always insulting him and blaspheming him, he's always there waiting for us with Jagannath open arms and everything. And his eyes are always big because he doesn't want to miss any devotee.
Haribo! Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. Yes. Brilliant.
Hare Krishna. So the quality that we picked is that Krishna, even though
Listen to this, Haribo, just wait. Please listen to this answer. See, each of these answers will illuminate our heart and fill our heart with love for Krishna. Because we are hearing, what we are doing right now is, please listen to me, Shukamukad Amrita Dravya Sanyutam. You know that verse? When the mango is tasted by the parrot, then mango appears sweeter. Similarly, when Bhagavatam and Krishna Katha is heard from other devotees, it becomes sweeter. Krishna's quality of being Madan Mohan and being merciful today is appearing sweeter because she's explained it with so much love. So like this, we need to hear from devotees. Yes, please.
Hare Krishna. So we think that Krishna is Madan Mohan, but then he is always overwhelmed by the love of Radharani, and he himself thinks what bliss is Radharani experiencing it, and why is she Madan Mohan Mohini?
Haribo. Yes.
Hare Krishna. We like the name Krishna.
Yeah, Haribo.
Because Krishna means the most attractive. And he can fulfill all the different relationships as a father. Same Krishna can fulfill as a father, as a brother, as a husband, as son, and that too fulfill all these relationships perfectly.
Haribo. Thank you. Yes.
We said Janardana
Janardhan.
because it means he gets rid of all of your ignorance and he liberates.
Janardhan. He maintains all living entities. Okay. So anything more you want to add on this?
Our quality was he's caring for everyone. So even if you were trying to take one step towards Krishna, he will take 10 steps to try and get it.
Haribo. Thank you. Yes.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. The name that we picked was Mukunda.
Mukunda.
Because two reasons. One is Mukti Dadati Iti, he who gives liberation. But Srila Guru Maharaj in one class was explaining it has also Braj understanding to it. Because Kunda are flowers that are found in Braj and they are whitish in color. He in whose Mukham, the teeth are like whitish Kunda buds, is called as Mukunda.
Haribo.
So, Mukunda.
The quality we decided was Krishna is very playful. He likes to play with cowherd boys and everyone. So yeah.
So Krishna, and there is a very, Prabhupada loved this quality of Krishna being playful. Tumi mora chida sati buliya mayara latno. The next, what is the next stanza? What is the next stanza of that verse? Tomara milane bai, abhara se sukha pai, gochara ne guri dina bora, katta banne chutta chutti banne kaye lutta putti, sei din kabe habe mora. I'm so glad you mentioned this quality of Krishna as playful, because Srila Prabhupada wrote this poem and he didn't show it to anyone. It was in his trunk. His disciples accidentally discovered it 3 years later, and in one stanza Prabhupada is writing, in his private ecstasy is writing, "Oh Krishna, I am desperate to meet you. Tomara milane bhai, abhara se sukha pai." When will I become very happy seeing you? And when will we herd the cows in the pasturing grounds of Vrindavan? Gocharane guri dina bora. And then what will I do with you? Katta banne chutta chutti banne kaye. I will wrestle with you and snatch the food from your dabba, which Mother Yashoda has packed for you. And you will snatch food from my dabba. This is very rasik, very, very private ecstasy. Sei dina kabe habe mora. Krishna is so attractive. He's giving us an opportunity to be playing with him. I mean, this is an amazing quality of Krishna. Thank you for bringing it out. Hari Bol. Yes.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. For the names, we thought of Ranchor.
Ranchor.
We are also confused either that or Makhanchor. The reason being, I mean, there are great heroes for achieving or accomplishing many things. But where do you find somebody is being eulogized, even after 5,000 years, for running away from the battlefield, or for things like, little things like, stealing butter? So
beautiful, beautiful. There's such an amazing, amazing understanding of. Nobody thought of Krishna's name being Ranchor, right? Ranchor Rai, which place in India?
Gujarat.
Gujarat. Dakor. Thank you. Yes. And quality of Krishna?
For the quality, we are thinking of Gajendra Moksha pastime, where Krishna just forgets everything, leaves everything, just runs to rescue his dear devotee when, we are supposed to chant in a way like we are calling for help out of our helplessness. So we thought it is Bhakta Vatsala or Dina Bandhu.
Dina Bandhu. Beautiful. Thank you. Madhacharya, Sripad Madhacharya gives purport. When Gajendra was crying for help, Lord Vishnu came in that Garuda. He says, Lord Vishnu became desperate that Garuda is going slow. So he got off and he started running. And he carried Garuda on his shoulder and he was running, and then his dhoti slipped, and with the other hand he was pulling his dhoti and running towards. Very dramatically explains his desperation to liberate Gajendra. Yes.
Prabhuji, the quality which we like is the smallest thing if you do towards Krishna, he remembers it. Yeah. He won't forget. Even the smallest thing we do and we forget, but Krishna remembers it. And he pays like 10 times or 100 times more, whatever you do. So that is one of the best qualities. And then
name which was Govinda Prabhu, because we are all seeking pleasure, and he is the only one who can give pleasure to our thousand senses.
Haribo. Yes, the last group. You are outstanding. You are standing outside.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. So for the name, we thought of Achyuta. That means infallible. The reason was every other material relationship we have is fallible.
Fallible, yes.
And for the quality, we went with Krishna is willing to go to any extent for his devotees, accepting even being a Parth Sarthi for Arjuna. And he's also Bhakt Vatsalya, so he really, protects his devotees, goes to any extent to, please them, be with them.
Haribol. Okay, now I'll give a feedback to all of you so that you can, next time whenever we meet, you can work on this. See, there is Nectar of Devotion, first 19 chapters. That is there for Bhakti Shastri exam, which contains Bhava Bhakti, Sadhana Bhakti and Prema Bhakti. But there is part 2 of Nectar of Devotion. I strongly recommend you read that. Krishna's 64 qualities are mentioned, and Rupa Goswami gives such amazing details. One of Krishna's qualities, he says, is Krishna is clever. Krishna is a linguist. Krishna is a genius. Krishna is intelligent. You may think it's all same, right? Intelligent, genius, clever, expert. But all are different. He defines all of the 4 qualities as different. And for each of the stories, he gives examples from scriptures. So like these 64 qualities of Krishna are mentioned. Imagine you read all of them. It's amazing. Like for example, Krishna is clever. What is the meaning of clever? Rupa Goswami says clever means one who can do many things at the same time and all perfectly. For example, when Krishna was killing Keshi, he punched Keshi and then with the corner of his eyes was looking at the gopis. And then with his hand on his friend's shoulder, he was composing poems. So Krishna is so clever. And devotees are also very clever, They drive, they check WhatsApp, they also chant rounds. Only Krishna can do that, multitasking. And another quality of Krishna he mentions is Krishna is a linguist. What is the meaning of linguist? So Rupa Goswami says Krishna is linguist because he knows many languages, including the languages of the peacocks, the deer, the birds. And then Rupa Goswami says Krishna also knows the language of the Kashmir province. That means during those days that was like a big deal. So then, and he says Krishna also knows Krishna is the best linguist because he can hear the prayers of devotees from all across the world, all the universe, even animals and birds, even deer, deer in Vrindavan. When deer come to see Krishna, all the animals, they love Krishna. But when deer, they don't say anything to Krishna. They just look at Krishna. And Krishna just sees their love in their eyes and he acknowledges. So like this. And so like this, there are many qualities of Krishna mentioned. So I request you to read that. And then next time you will have so many qualities of Krishna to share. So why we did this round? There is a reason. Once when I joined the ashram, His Holiness Satchidananda Swami Maharaj, all of you know him, right? So I was his personal servant and I was a new bhakta. I had just joined the ashram. And while serving in his room, cleaning his room, I put mosquito net, everything done, and I was going. I said, Maharaj, any seva? He said, what? You are going? I said, yes, Maharaj. Anything else? Wait, I don't leave anyone like that. I don't leave anyone without giving them Krishna. So I said, what? So I didn't know what he's going to do. He made me sit. And then he started speaking Krishna Katha. Krishna's qualities, Krishna's names for I think 10 minutes he spoke. And I was just listening. And then he finished. I thought, oh, okay. So basically he wanted to give me Krishna. But then I got up and I was leaving. I said, Maharaj, I can leave now? No! I gave you Krishna, now you give me Krishna. I said, I didn't remember anything. Then whatever I heard in Bhagavatam class last few days, whatever I knew, I spoke a little bit. And Maharaj, I was shocked. Maharaj made me sit on the chair and he sat on the floor. And he just heard quietly. And I blabbered something. After I finished, and I was speaking, he was listening very sincerely. And then when I was leaving, he said, thank you. This is a devotee's business, to give Krishna, to take Krishna. So we are all such an amazing community you have here in Seattle. All of you are learning verses and chanting, festivals. I am seeing Seattle, honestly, I have not seen any community in the world where devotees are so well versed in scriptures like in Seattle. All of you know Bhakti Shastri, Discovery of Self course. So much of Shastra you are learning. So now it's a great way to absorb more in Krishna's qualities and giving Krishna to others and taking Krishna from others. Actually, I have 11 questions, but you have done only 3. You tell me how long. Can we do another group exercise or no? What is your... See, I have 11 questions. We have done only 3 so far. So should we have Kirtan for some time and then do... We'll have Kirtan for some time and then we'll continue our group exercise. Is that okay? Sharinam Sankirtan ki jai. Sri Krishna Chandra Bhagwan ki jai. Bolo Nanda Nandana Sham Sundar ki jai. Bolo Mor Mukut Bamsi Wale ki jai. Vrindavan Dham ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
कन्हैया की So since devotees went for prasadam, it's like get parani so what we'll do is that now we'll do a group photo before it get dark. So where you want to be? वो लोग नहीं आएंगे, we will go there.
आएंगे फोटो के नाम पे आएंगे
Bro, visa is more attractive than photo. So आपको बुला के लेके आओ। वही तो बोल रहा हूँ ना, मैं सुना we'll go there. सुनो वो लीला अपरंपार है। Okay. ठीक है। So can you do? Can somebody can do? Go Dan. Go.
Oh, you're singing? No. I thought there was no Kirtan, that's why I got
Thangi. So this is the last and final call. Who is going to summarize? Please come back. So we are going to conclude the session on Holy Name Retreat and some key takeaways. Please come back. Hare Krishna.
Pizza is it?
I want somewhere here. So Hare Krishna. So after the Prabhu's conclusion, so those who didn't had opportunity to relish pizza, so you can, and then we will also continue some more Kirtan as we wind up, and also humble request if some of you can stay back and help us in cleaning, it will really help us. Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
A lot of energy to say Hare Krishna.
No, I understand. Pizza has won the day. What can I say now? There's nothing more to say. So I want to thank all of you for coming for this retreat, chanting, taking part in Kirtan, remembering Krishna. There are many ways of enhancing our lives. I'll end with some I'll share some life-enhancing tools that we could incorporate in our day-to-day life to make Krishna consciousness a tangible reality. Srila Prabhupada was in New York in the initial days, and he was struggling to preach. All of you are so lucky here. You have already heard about Krishna. You know so many verses from scriptures. But when Srila Prabhupada came to New York and he was giving talk to hippies, old people, in the initial days in room 307, and he asked the audience, "Do you know about Krishna? Have you heard the name of Krishna?" They were all blank. They just kept looking at Prabhupada as if Prabhupada is saying something strange. Srila Prabhupada said, just to attract them to Krishna consciousness, Srila Prabhupada started telling them about Indian culture, Indian tradition. Somehow he was trying to keep their interest. So he said, in India, men have this Brahmin thread, sacred thread. So they are all hearing with intrigue, mystic, curiosity as to what is India. Then he started explaining why women in India, they have their hair parted. All those kind of vague, cultural related things. And these old men and women of America had no interest. And they were just listening to all these India things. And then in the middle of the class, Srila Prabhupada said, and this is all in the land of Krishna. And then Prabhupada sensed that everybody is quiet and distracted. Prabhupada said, Krishna? You know Krishna, right? All of you? Krishna? And so all the old men and women who were in the class, they were staring at Srila Prabhupada blankly, as if Srila Prabhupada is speaking something. Like, for them, Krishna is just a word. Like in India, even Muslims have heard about Krishna. Christians also know about Krishna. But in America during that time, nobody heard the name of Krishna. Srila Prabhupada again said, Krishna, you know Krishna, right? All of you have heard of Krishna. And then Srila Prabhupada sensed that they have absolutely no idea what is Krishna, who is Krishna. And then Prabhupada's voice became soft. I mean, he realized that he has an uphill task, a very big challenge to give Krishna. He said, none of you know Krishna, you have not heard of Krishna. A painting of Krishna, you have seen painting? Krishna playing flute? Again, complete silence from the other side. Nobody is saying yes, no, they are just... Then Srila Prabhupada's voice, there is disappointment in his voice. The recording is there. Prabhupada's voice is disappointing. He's saying, oh, you don't know Krishna. Then Srila Prabhupada says, okay, you don't know Krishna, okay, you know Vrindavan? Now, if you think of it, if they don't know Krishna, will they know Vrindavan? But Srila Prabhupada is saying, Vrindavan, you know Vrindavan? Beautiful place in India, sacred place. And then one old woman in that audience, she says, oh yes, secret place, right? Secret. Prabhupada says, not secret, sacred place. She says, yeah, secret, right? Secret. Magnetic energy is there. So then Prabhupada says, not secret, sacred. Then again Prabhupada realizes that they have no idea about Vrindavan, Krishna. Then Srila Prabhupada, in complete disappointment, he says, Vrindavan you don't know? My heart is in Vrindavan. I am not happy here. I want to go back to Vrindavan. Vrindavan is the place where my heart is. I am missing Vrindavan. This is what Srila Prabhupada is telling these people in New York, that I am not happy here. I want to go back to Vrindavan. And one of the people in the audience, I think one old woman, she says, yeah, I can see you are not happy. She also echoes Prabhupada's mood. I can see that you are not happy here. But then Srila Prabhupada says, yes, I am not happy. And then everybody is laughing. Srila Prabhupada is also laughing, saying that I am not happy. And then Prabhupada says, I want to go back to India, to Vrindavan. And then Srila Prabhupada's voice roars. He says, but I will not go back, because my Guru Maharaj has ordered me to preach here. And then Srila Prabhupada speaks about his Guru Maharaj's mission. So this is Srila Prabhupada's sacrifice. His heart was in Vrindavan, and he came to America, to New York, to give Krishna, to give Vrindavan. And now look at what has happened in the last 45, 50 years. So many people have taken up to Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada's desire is getting fulfilled. So for us, Krishna consciousness has come on a platter. We didn't have to, in America, we didn't have to struggle. There are so many devotees preaching. So this is a great gift Srila Prabhupada has given us, Krishna consciousness. And we can absorb ourselves with gratitude in this process. And here in Seattle, my heart is beaming with so much joy to see young boys and girls doing Kirtan for hours. Not that 5 minutes. They were just doing on and on and on. I was sitting there and I was observing. My heart was so much filled with joy. So this is a great, the legacy of Prabhupada's mission is in safe hands here. And it's very inspiring. Devotees chanting and blissfully taking association of each other and serving each other. It's amazing, amazing. I have no words to describe. I have gone to so many places. And in Seattle, I'm really feeling happy. And I'm sure Srila Prabhupada must be smiling, big, beaming smile on all the devotees in congregation here, chanting verses, doing elaborate deity worship, and Vaishnav Seva festivals. So this is amazing. Srila Prabhupada wanted Krishna consciousness at all levels. The children, old age, old people, youth, families. And then I'm going to different houses. I'm seeing everybody has such luxuriant Tulsi Maharani growing and deities and Krishna consciousness. So this is very inspiring. And I sincerely congratulate all of you. And I request you to take up to the process of Krishna consciousness with great sense of emergency. Because in material world there is no happiness. And for those of you who are grahasthas, you very well know that. And for those who are young, for you it is all theory now. I have done youth preaching for so many years. And when I used to do in the youth classes, college classes, I used to say, there is no happiness in material world, and the boys and girls would look at me as if, what am I saying? It doesn't make any sense to them. But when I started congregation preaching, and I started saying in the congregation preaching first time, so there is no happiness in material world, and everybody, yes. So I felt so good in doing congregation preaching. Because they know. And Prahlad Maharaj has described this. Kutra shisha shruti sukha mrigatrishni rupa kvedam kalevaram ashesha rujan viroha nirvidyate natu jano yadapiti vidvan kamanalam madhulave shamayan durape. He says, Kutra shisha. What kind of ashisha? What kind of blessings are people asking for in this world? Kutra shisha shruti sukha mrigatrishni rupa. They are asking blessings for happiness. There is no happiness. It is all mrigatrishni. It is all mirage. What happiness are we seeking in material world? Kvedam kalevaram idam rujan viroha. This body itself is a source of misery, right? Kvedam ka idam kalevaram rujan viroha. Unlimited diseases. See, just ask yourself, this body can give you enjoyment in how many ways? Just think for a moment, what are the different ways you can enjoy pleasure from this body? You put it on left side, all the pleasures you can get from this body. And on the right side, put all the miseries that can come from this body. Miseries are unlimited. Pancreas, liver, kidney, so many. And they don't give pleasure. Pleasure is very limited. But misery is so much. Kvedam kalevaram idam Kvedam kalevaram rujan viroha. He's saying there is absolutely no pleasure. And then in the next line he says, but this is not realized by nirvidyate natu jano yadapiti vidvan. Most intelligent people don't realize this. They still go after bodily pleasure. Means the best of the intelligent people are fooled by the illusory energy. That is the power of Maya. Kamanalam madhulavai shamayan durape. Madhulavai means they are suffering in a well. Scorpions are biting them, snakes are biting them, bees are stinging them, and they are hanging on that branch. And madhulavai, one drop of honey is falling on their outstretched tongue. And that is making them feel this world is full of happiness. So this is our pity. This is our pitiable condition. Prahlad Maharaj is saying, come on, get out of this material world. And Srila Prabhupada has come to give us Krishna consciousness, to make us realize that we need to get out of this material world. And this association is where we can realize this. When there is Kirtan, Katha, that is when we can realize. Otherwise, the illusory energy is very powerful. In fact, the 7th canto describes a Grahamedi's life in such graphic detail that when you hear, you'll feel embarrassed. Because 5-year-old Prahlad has come to your house. He's seen what's happening there. And he's exposing it to us. Katam priyaya anukampitaya sangam rahasyam ruchiram shamantran suhursutat snehashita shishunam kalaksharanam anurakta chitta. I mean, this is like, piercing the heart. He says, Katam priyaya. A young man has fallen in love with a young girl. And he's saying, when will she give me time? Katam priyaya anukampitaya. When will she give me anukampa? When will she be merciful to me? And what is the mercy he wants from his girlfriend? Katam priyaya anukampitaya sangam rahasyam. He wants association and solitude from her. And in that solitary association, what does he want? Sangam rahasyam ruchiram shamantram. She is going to whisper mantra in my ear. What? Not Hare Krishna mantra. She will not whisper Hare Krishna mantra. She will whisper ruchiram shamantram. She will whisper sweet nothings in my ear. So this is Prahlad Maharaj describing the psychology of a materialistic person. Ruchiram Shamantran. What is the next line? Katam priyaya anukampitaya sangam rahasyam ruchiram shamantran suhursutat sneha shita shishunam. I mean, this is such amazing description of one step after what all happens. Suhurt, and then you become very closely attached to her and him. Suhursutat sneha shita shishunam. Then you get married, and then you have children, and then Kalakshara manurakta chitta. Then your attention is focused on the kalakshara, the broken words of your baby. And your child starts speaking papa, mama, and you're so attached to those words. And then what happens? The children start growing up. Putran smaramsha duhirte rudoya bratur sasurva pitaro chadinum Grahan manognoru parichadamscha Pritishcha kulya pashubritya vargan. He says, then what happens? Then you start getting attached to your son. You should take over the family business. Putran smaramsha duhirte rudoya. And your daughter has got married and gone to her in-laws. And you are thinking of her all the time. Putran smaramsha duhirte rudoya bratar swasurva pitaro. You're thinking of your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, your elderly parents. Pitaro chadinu. And then you get attached to what? Grihan manognoru parichadamsha. You get attached to the furniture of your house, your laptop, your iPod. This is Prahlad Maharaj saying. I mean, he's so graphic. Grihan manognoru parichadamsha. And then you get attached to vrittischa kulya pashubritya vargan. You get attached to your pets, your vehicles, your cars, and your societies like Lions Club. I don't know if you have it in America. Rotaract Club, Lions Club, all these clubs you get attached to. And then what happens? Then Prahlad says, you are completely trapped in material world. Tajeta koshas kridive hamana karma nilobada vitripta kama aupaste jevam bahumanyamana katam virajeta duranta moha. He says a silkworm weaves a cocoon and gets trapped within that cocoon. Similarly, a man in this world makes an empire to be happy, and that very thing traps him. Tajeta koshas, and he's thinking, I'm going to be safe. Chadeta koshas kridive hamana, and then karma nilobhat avitrupta kama. His desires are never fulfilled and he's completely trapped. And why all this is happening? Aupaste jevam bahumanyamana. He's attached to his belly and genitals, and that is driving him crazy. Katam virajeta duranta moha. Alas, alas, what a pitiable condition. So these are Bhagavatam verses appealing to us. Come on, wake up from the slumber, take shelter of Krishna. And Srila Prabhupada have written detailed purports to these verses. And he is appealing to all the devotees, take shelter of Krishna consciousness. Grab the process as an emergency. And Srila Prabhupada came, he gave us the Harinam. Today we did Harinam Kirtan because Prabhupada told us that the sankirtan is what will help us overcome all the layers of attachment and get attached to Krishna. I'll end with this pastime. Srila Prabhupada was in Stowe Lake, California. He was with devotees. It was all ice. The lake was filled with ice. Srila Prabhupada took his walking stick and started hitting the ice and breaking the ice. And devotees were wondering what Prabhupada is doing. Prabhupada said, this ice is the artificial position of water. And I'm breaking it so that it can come to the natural position of water. And then Prabhupada said, similarly, by my words, when I'm preaching, I speak strong because the natural position of the living entity, the soul, is covered and it has become hard. With my strong words, I want to pierce that layers, that artificiality, and make them realize the true position of being servant of Krishna. So I request you, please take shelter of Srila Prabhupada's teachings, his Vani. When I hear Prabhupada's classes, I feel very safe. Prabhupada says, so you rascal. I don't know, I feel my grandfather is giving me a lot of love. And Srila Prabhupada, he had this sweet way of saying rascal also, that those who heard it, they felt very happy. I was hearing one class of Prabhupada. It is hilarious. In his class, so many times Prabhupada says, rascal, rascal, rascal. So then one man asks a question at the end of the class that what is the essence of Bhagavad Gita? What is the main message of Bhagavad Gita? And you know what Prabhupada says? So the main essence of Bhagavad Gita is Krishna is telling Arjuna, you rascal, if you don't surrender to me, then you are not only rascal, then you are rascal number 1. And everybody is laughing, like you are laughing. Prabhupada is also laughing. So everybody understood that Srila Prabhupada is speaking out of love. In fact, there is one conversation of Prabhupada. I'll end with this. June 23, 1976 in New Vrindavan, you can see that. You know, it's amazing. Srila Prabhupada is having conversation and he's acting, the devotees are acting as scientists. And Srila Prabhupada is debating with them. And the devotees are saying, so life has come from matter. And Prabhupada says, you rascal, where is it written? Wow, Prabhupada is shouting at them. I'll give you a chicken is a better scientist than you. A chicken produces egg. Can you produce egg? Then Prabhupada says, cow eats grass and gives milk. Can you make a machine where you put grass and milk comes out? You rascal. So then one devotee who is acting as an atheist scientist, he gives a very twisted question, try to trap Prabhupada. He says, why do you call us rascal? That's a nice question, no? So he changed the topic. Instead of arguing with Prabhupada on life comes from matter, he suddenly said, why do you call us rascal? And Srila Prabhupada, he didn't bat an eyelid. Immediately gave the answer. He didn't have to think why he's calling them rascal. When this devotee challenged, why do you call us rascal? You know what Srila Prabhupada said? Immediately, within a microsecond, because I love you. Immediately said that. I love you. And I can't see you suffer and go to hell. That's why you use strong words. You understand, you rascal? Again, Prabhupada called him rascal. So Srila Prabhupada has come so compassionately, like a loving grandfather, to give us Krishna consciousness so that we can take it up. And look at the process, so joyful, isn't it? Such beautiful devotees, such nice kirtan, katha, prasadam. Just a feast, and every day is like a new day, festival day. And then tomorrow is another day, Sunday. So like this, one day we'll become old and ready to die and go back home, back to Krishna. So let us take shelter of Srila Prabhupada's beautiful instructions given in Srimad Bhagavatam. Let us take shelter of the association of devotees. And then in this association, let us hear about Krishna. Let us chant Krishna's holy names and make our lives perfect. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Harinam Sankirtan ki jai. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna devotees. So let's express our gratitude and thank His Grace Bihari Prabhu for conducting this holy name retreat. I hope you all have something to take away from Prabhuji's retreat today on the holy name. So before we express our gratitude, I would like to acknowledge few people who have worked very tirelessly for this. As you can see, Devnath Hari Prabhu, he has been working since morning actually to make this pizza for all of us available, prasadam. Same with Pradyumna Prabhu. Relentlessly, he is just working on making his puri, bhaji. He has to make a couple of trips to Samamesh to bring few things. And same with Sridhar Gopal Prabhu. He has to load all the prasadam serving distributions. He had a morning. I think he went, I think Kalindi Priti Mataji, I think he left home around 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, and he didn't go home actually yet. So, same with Krishna Murli Prabhu. He kind of hauled almost tons of many things that we need to move it from Samamesh. Damodar Prasad Prabhu for bringing the pizza oven and hauling it. Rasavati Mataji for making the tea and whole prasadam for all of us. Sandeep Dua Prabhu, Raghav Goyal Prabhu, and also a big, let's also express our gratitude and thank to all the Kirtaniyas, Arjun Sakha Prabhu, Yugal Kirtan Prabhu, Manya, Samriddhi Mataji, all we did the Kirtan. Ayan. So, So I think when we say Hari Bol, let's Mohit Prabhu, right? So let's also express our from our core of our heart for making this happen. This holy name retreat kind of came in very few days that of planning and the change of venue and anything. A lot of challenges that came. So also please forgive for any of the shortcomings, and let's pray to Radharani and Sri Radha Neelamado that we can have more Vaishnava association and similar holy name retreats, and as you said, we'll have more japa camp so that we can chant more number of rounds. Let's chant Hari Bol 3 times. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. And also please, you can stay back a little bit and try to help us clean, and also some of the kids also wanted to continue some kirtan. So those who have already ate prasadam, they can continue the kirtan till others wind up the setup here. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
And big thank you to Vraja Prabhu for organizing this. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
चलिए चलिए मारो एक मिनट